Alright, looks like the stream's going well on both platforms here. We have finally sort of fixed our schedule. Running on just a little bit of sleep here. I slept a whole lot of extra hours yesterday, the day before? Yesterday. Yeah. And then I just stayed awake. I took myself a little bit of a nap. Now we're gonna get going on this stream. Be good to go. Let's take a look at some stuff. So I didn't play at all really yesterday. I only played a little bit the day before yesterday. I actually ended up killing my Anki, which kind of makes me sad, but I've got another good Anki in here, so not really a big deal. This is... I probably need to go ahead and breed these, but whatever. They're going to have quite a bit of extra levels on them. We can go ahead and get right into it. I don't guess I really need to throw my Anki out right this moment. I have a lot of metal going on already. Honestly, what I need to do is go ahead and take these, get myself one element out here, then charge these up, get them put on, and let's go teleport over our other base over here. Why is this one still on? That's interesting. I did not put extra element in that other generator, I don't think. So either the game has only been running for a very little amount of time, and so that, like, they keep rolling it back or something, and so that hasn't really used up its stuff, or I don't know exactly what's going on. But this is going to be super interesting. We have 160 something slots of metal here, so this is almost going to double our metal, maybe more than double our metal that we currently have available. 47k. That was not even a full load. I got my Anki killed before I managed to fill the whole thing up. But we're going to go to our base here. We're just going to drop this off in our Daddy storage. Ammo. Oh, we were almost out of metal. That's right, because we made those 2 steam forges and stuff. So now we're really good, though. We definitely need some more wood. We actually need to burn some wood. So let's see. Here's 250 slots of wood. We can just take all that out right now. We can teleport ourselves. Well, first let's teleport ourselves down to the lower part of the base, because I'm dumb. We need to go ahead and access this. Oh, we can't. Okay, well, we're gonna have to do this in 2 steps then. Let's go ahead and teleport over here. We access the inventory of this one here. Move everything over. Right, that's just wood, 250 slots of wood. It's gonna be 25k charcoal, which is great. I'm apparently trapped. That's cool. We're gonna go back over here to the lower area. We're gonna grab ourselves a couple of element here. We actually need more than that. Here we go. We'll use 4. I think 4 is more than enough. I don't know exactly how quickly this is gonna burn through this charcoal, so we're gonna take a little second here. We're gonna look, because I'm actually fairly interested to see if this is going to be a 1-to-1 thing. So we've got 7 and 100 here. Hey, what's up, Detestion? Glad to be back. Glad to be back. I had to get my schedule fixed, though. I was starting to get real fucking sideways with it. So let's turn this on and let's just see what happens, okay? So it's burning one at a time. I think we're getting one at a time, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like it's still a 1-to-1 on the charcoal. And it's only burning one at a time. It's going fairly quickly. That's kind of interesting. It looks like, yeah, we've got a 1-to-1 thing going on. So that's really interesting. So it takes much less raw metal to make charcoal, but it actually takes the same amount of wood to make charcoal. Now, I don't know how much faster this might be than, say, a regular indie forge. It may actually be better to have a couple of indie forges instead of this for charcoal production. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to take a look at that. I imagine the wiki probably has something that gives you like an exact number, how many minutes something might take. How long does this say we have left on here? This says no fuel. Did they change it so that... Nope. For some reason I was able to teleport over to here. Hang on a second. Why was I able to teleport to this when there's no power to it? That's interesting. And I honestly don't know what to think about it. Don't know what to think about it at all. Now, yesterday I was going to play a little bit. I ended up not playing. I was grabbing myself some arrows so that I could get some narcotics, so that I can make some trank arrows, because I need to see about maybe some traits. Would like to do a little trait hunting for my Anki and my Doed again, because I just haven't been having any luck with those. And yeah, we definitely want to get those things going in a much better position than we have now. Especially, I've just really been noticing how much faster gathering could be if I didn't have to rely so much on jumping off of my RG. Really, really slows the process down. And knowing that there's a way out there where I don't have to do that and not taking advantage of that is really, really a bummer. So we need to upgrade. Gonna have to raise a new Anki anyway, so we might as well try and get the best one we can. Let's see about some freaking trade hunting today, so that we can really get this production going. I want to be producing at the highest level I possibly can, because doing that and having that ability just makes everything else take so much less time. Right? If it takes me half as much time to gain resources, then I have all of that extra time to do other things. And the earlier I start needing half as much time to gain resources, the more time that I'm gaining for myself. And I just haven't really been in a good position for a lot of that yet. there's not really anybody on this server. There hasn't been for a few days. So we might as well take advantage of that and see if we can get some of the traits that we really want for our production creatures. Because that is important. We're going to actually go through the effort of killing all the creatures. Because that's an important part of it, right? If you don't kill the creatures, then they don't respawn, so you don't get different stuff. So then you might as well just be looking at the same creatures all the time, right? It takes a really long time, especially when you're talking about Doedicurises and stuff. It takes a really long time for those creatures to get killed naturally, because things stop attacking them when they go into their little ball. And so it can just take an extremely long time for a Doedicorus to naturally die and then, respawn a new Doedicorus. So, kind of important to make sure that those get killed, that we can respawn some new ones, so that maybe we can get what we're looking for here. I have noticed over the past week or so that some of the other tribes have been taming good creatures that obviously probably had traits that they wanted, Ankies and stuff like that. So I'm certainly not the only one out here looking. But there are still a pretty limited number of people on here at any given time, so I'm probably the only one looking right this moment. Or maybe not, honestly. It looks like a lot of Doedicuruses are dead here. Normally I would see a lot more Doedicuruses and Ankies here in the desert. So my assumption is probably that there are other people running around killing Dodes and Ankies out here, because just so few of them. But we know that out in the wastelands over by the ice biome, there are actually a whole mess, and also in the ice biome, there are a whole mess of Anki spawns. So we might not be able to find Dodes that way. Honestly, Dodes are just in the waste or in the desert, and that's just kind of where you find them in this game. But we may be able to find our Ankies just out in the wastelands, and if we can do that, then we'll probably be looking in places where there aren't really a whole lot of other people looking. There's a level 3 mutable melee on a Doedicorus, and I think that that is very much worth a aim. Let's take a look at these Ankies also. Food robust, food frail, and we got one more baby Anki over here. I'm getting attacked by something. It's making my creature freak out. Giant slaying, okay. So none of these Ankies are even remotely useful. We're gonna go ahead and nuke this whole little family here. Along with this Carno, because this Carno is a butthead. Yo, what's up, party wizard? I did not turn into a hermit sickle. It was holy crap cold the last 2 days, though. I was not happy, but our temperatures are back up. Don't even have to worry about turning my heater on. I'm very excited about that fact. This the Dodicarus I was looking at? No? No? Okay, there's my Dodicarus. That's too bad. So the Dodicarus got turned into a little ball. It's kind of getting up now. The real problem here is that the way this went down, right, this creature is going to be virtually freaking impossible to tame now. But that mutable melee 3 on a Dodicarus line is honestly, like, I almost feel like I can't skip it, you know what I mean? That's real good. It's real good. So the mutables, I originally thought that you were going to need a lot fewer of the mutables, but when I started considering what you actually have to do to breed, once you get a fully mutation saturated male, you lose the ability to mutate on the male part of your line, which means that after that, all of your mutations have to come from your females. So, really, in order to make use out of um, these mutable traits, you're actually going to have them on your female breeders, which means that a tribe that really wants to be mutation breeding needs dozens of these, not just one. So the value of these mutable traits is actually really, really high. Honestly, probably higher than a lot of the other traits. Birds and the bees with her. Um, I don't do a lot of breeding, but I have taken the time in my life over my ARK career to learn quite a bit about it. So yeah, this mutable melee 3 on this Dode is going to be pretty valuable. Pretty valuable. So we're gonna get it. It is not the weekend, so we have regular taming rates right now. Because we have regular taming rates, I really don't want to have to shoot this Dode with more arrows than is entirely necessary while it's all balled up and stuff. Because you get so much less value out of your trinket that way. So we're gonna wait a little while. We're gonna let the Dode heal a little bit. I guess I could go snag a snow owl. The considerations have only ever been color and general stats. Well, and so until the trait system came out, that was all that really mattered, right? General stats and colors. But now that we've got the trait system, traits are incredibly important. And honestly, so your general stats in ASA have become significantly less important because they've separated the mutation levels and the base levels in ASA. They're now totally different. It used to be in ASA or in ASE, when you got a mutation, it just added to the level of the creature. Um, and it just added to the wild levels. And when that happened, you just had, you would go from 62 wild levels in your stat to 64. And that was just it. But on ASA, your mutation levels and your wild levels are separated. So you can pass them on separately. So it's possible if you have, 50 mutation melee points on your breeder male, it's possible for you to pass that 50 melee mutation points on to your offspring, but then to get the female's melee that maybe is only like 2 points. And so you'd only have 52 points in melee. And that used to be impossible in ASE. You would just pass on the stat, and that would include mutation levels as well, right? Because it was all rolled into a single number. And so, because of that, you honestly can start mutation breeding just straight away with your line, right? You could go tame a bunch of level 5s and just start mutation breeding. And then when you go, you find a level 25, right? You can tame that one and then breed its base stat into your line and still stack your mutations on top of that new base stat. And so it's always valuable. Now we have the trait system, so it's even more so. But now in ASA, it's always valuable if you see a high level creature to just go ahead and tame it. Whereas in ASE, that wasn't really the case because you could find a high level creature in ASE and think, oh, great, I'll tame this. But if you'd already been mutation breeding, then you didn't have the ability to use that new stat from that creature. So even if its base melee was like 65, if you had mutation bred and you already had a creature that was at, say, 66 melee, then that 65 doesn't do you any good. But if your base melee stat now is, say, 40, and you have 16 mutations, right? So you've gotten 8 mutations for a total of 16 points. Then you can take that 60 stat that you've just gotten and breed those mutations on it and instantly go to 76 instead of 66. Just by adding those points on your baseline, which is awesome. Like, totally awesome. It also means that breeding colors onto your stats would be pretty easy, I think. Um, well, maybe that doesn't change very much. Yeah, I don't guess getting colors on there changes very much. But it might be easier to go ahead and get the colors on your females. Yeah, I don't really know. I think probably transferring the colors from a male to females and then adding your traits for mutations to those females with the colors you want and then breeding them with your male is probably the best way to colorize your line. But I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, I mean, the whole system is just super cool. You've done a great job. And I really like that separation of the mutations and the base stats. I think that was a really huge bonus. Definitely a good way to get it done. Why are we still getting lightning? We don't even have... There's no Titan. I don't know what's going on. I think we're going over this way. Maybe it's a little over this way. We'll see. One day we'll have a rig capable of making this playable for me. I just saw Linus Tech Tips did a review of the 5090 card for NVIDIA that's coming out. And looks like it's going to be its value or its cost is pretty much going to be equal to its increase. Its increase in cost looks like it's going to be pretty equal to its increase in value or in power, including like its increase in power draw and stuff like that. So its long-term cost is going to also be pretty closely tied to its long-term increase in power. Okay. This thing is kicking my ass. Thankfully, I can just heal whenever I feel like it. Get wrecked, nerd. Now we're gonna heal this dude and then we're gonna pull it away. This was a really low level tamed Snow Owl. 5090 is still going over 2k though. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be 2k plus. Is a little insane. I don't think I've ever spent more than $2,000 on a computer. Much less just a single component of a computer. That's not true. I think I spent $2,200 on a laptop when I came back from my deployment when I was in the military. But that was like insane for me. Okay. I need to know what level this thing is. I need to kill these things so I can heal this Doedicurus. I can draw it away. Yeah, there we go. That Carno and that Kentro to fight each other. That's a great idea. Kill the Carno, Kentro. You can do it. I believe in you. Nice. Thanks, buddy. Now I'll just stay far enough away from you. Oop. Apparently I won't. Apparently you're super into trying to fight me. I don't want to have to fight you, dude. Don't. Can we maybe just drag you away? Will that be a thing? Silly ass dinosaur. And swoop. And swoop. Go ahead and eat this body here. And let's try killing this Velanosaur. It's a level 55. I'm sure we can take it. The Snow Owl is so weak. Come on, Melanosaur. Go ahead and pass out. Or die. That's what I meant. Alright. I forgot to go ahead and heal this bad boy. Let's get it healed up. Oh, hey, it's a new Anki. Probably going to be enough healing, but let's check this Anki out. High endurance, not useful. So now that we've healed the Anki a little, or not the Anki, the Dodic a little, let's go ahead and shoot this thing. And chase me here. Come on. Come on. Let me get it to chase me back up towards this side over here. There seem to be no creature spawning. Hopefully it'll just be generally safer. What up, Quizza? How are you today? Oh, see another Anki over there. Two more Ankis. Diurnal. Not useful at all. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Alright, we should be good now. Let's just try and get this thing to come over here where I can tame it. Oh, wow. That was quick. Streaming someone's human and my OBS muted my mic. I was so pissed I ended the stream when I found out. You can't end the stream over stuff like that, dude. Shit happens. Gotta stick with it. Gotta stick with it. It's all part of the learning process. Not that I don't also get mad when things go wrong and in my stream. You shouldn't. I lost the mood to play after that. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But I do think that one of the most important things that will lead to success in streaming is probably going to be the ability to bounce back from stuff like that. It's not just bouncing back from things breaking with the stream, but bouncing back from things in game. If something bad happens, because you can't be winning all the time, right? So, you take a really bad loss or something like that while you're streaming, and there's this impulse to let the rage get to you and just call it quits. Because that's normally what you would do if you were just playing for fun. But when you're streaming, especially if you're trying to really grow as a streamer, you're not just playing the game for fun anymore, right? You're playing the game to entertain others. And so if every time something goes wrong, you're quitting, then you're going to start to not be able to entertain those people and they're going to start to dread bad things happening, right? Because they don't want your stream to end necessarily. They're watching you, they're enjoying watching you. And so then the stream ends out of the blue because something bad happens and it's going to start causing sort of this anxious feeling in your audience. You know, they'd rather honestly, I think they'd rather see you upset for a moment and then recover and continue going than they would um, just see the stream end because something happened. And I mean, it's something I've got to work on. I don't always manage to keep going when I should. I think it's definitely something to try and remember. But good for you for streaming at all. It's difficult. It took me so long to finally hit that go live button the first time. And I regret every single day that I didn't do it years ago. It is so much fun just to hit the go live and be on. So, you know what I haven't done yet? I haven't changed my thumbnail and stuff. Whoopsie. While I wait for this to game, let's go ahead and get some of that done. It's funny that I had selected to make yesterday the day that I took off because yesterday was a crazy day for ARK. They freaking still finishing my moving new apartment, so I'll catch you in a few days. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good time moving. Don't hurt yourself. I will see you when you get back. Mostly because new people came to the chat today and I didn't realize I was talking to myself when they came in. That's funny. I do that a lot too. I am constantly muting myself and talking to myself like a dum dum. Constantly, constantly. But yeah, yesterday was an absolutely insane day for ARK. Taming Dodicarus. Guess I can just fly around and look for something else while I wait for this to tame. I don't generally like leaving them. I think there wasn't really anything spawning around there. Which should be okay-ish. We'll see. Maybe something bad will happen. Food frail. Don't need that. I don't have really the ability to kill that Dodicarus with this owl. I'll have to come back. Ooh, lots of Dodicaruses. King slaying, useless. Meat bearing, useless. Desert bearing, also useless. Oh, looks like... Oh no, that's a... Never mind. But that kangaroo was another Dodicarus. I don't know how I could get a kangaroo and a Dodicarus mixed up. But I did. It happened. Just now. Y'all saw it. Here's some stuff. Hanky health frail. Hanky melee frail. Stamina frail on the Dode. Oxygen robust. Health robust. What does my baby Dode say? Oh, there's another baby Yankee. Mutable stam and warm. Well, fudge knockers. Another warm Dodicarus. And a frenetic Dodicarus. Distracting Anki. What do we got here? Heavy hitting Anki. Immutable weight Anki. None of this is even remotely useful. I'm telling you, I had a couple of good days when I first started trait hunting. We found some good traits. And ever since then, we just find garbage all the time. Just all bad traits all the time. Health robust, exotic bearing. Neither of those are really useful on the Dode. Mutable weight. I mean, mutable weight could be useful on the Dodicarus. Bump that base weight up a little bit so you don't have to waste your level points in it. That's a pretty... Hey, what's up, Blighted? Long time no see, how you been? How is life, the universe, and everything? What we got here? Plant bearing on a Dode. Oh, that sucks, brother. That sucks a lot. Yeah, I just got the big C a couple of weeks ago. Well, I guess it's been maybe a month now. It was awful. Like, just awful. Did not enjoy it at all. It was my first time. Meat bearing, that's useless. Carcass bearing, that's useless. Warm is useless. Mutable weight on an Anki. Weight frail on an Anki. Where's all this useless crap coming from? Give me something good, brother. Diurnal. Diurnal. On the bright side, when you're sick, you have a really good excuse to just be a bum and not do anything. Sometimes, it's really nice to be a bum. I would know I spend all of my time being a bum. Why do all of these freaking co-eds have totally useless freaking traits? Still upsetting. Please, video game, give me the creatures that I want. You please, video game. Another food trail. Does anybody know if we've gotten any information on when transfers are going to open up for these servers? Because I haven't seen anything, but I also don't really pay attention. So it's entirely possible that we've been given very specific information and I just wasn't looking. I also think that we've made a whole trip around here right now. We've got that thing taming. So I'm going to go ahead and go back and get my uh, Managarmr to go pick this trait up. And then we're going to go into the wastes looking for Ankies and stuff. What I really need is mineral bearing for my Ankies and my Doeds. I have some mineral bearing on one of my Doeds, but it's not nearly enough to make it possible to just fly around with the Doed in my claws, whacking rocks, and that's what I'm looking for. I don't want to ever have to land and do anything on my own. I just want to whack rocks with my Doed in my RG claws. So think I was talking to myself again there. That's too bad. Oh, well. Gonna go pick this Doty up, though. Oop, found us an Anki in here. Tenacious Anki. Totally useless. Exotic bearing. Also useless. Food robust. So useless. Oops. Oh, I understand why that's there. There to kill the freaking... Got it. Got it. That's funny. An aquatic level 2 Doedicurus. No way. Waste bearing 2 on an Anki. Waste bearing on the Anki just has not really been mattering. I honestly kind of wish that they had done um, something with the bearings that they did with the mutables. So when you get one of the mutable traits, here we'll look at this one. Our mutable trait here says nothing. That's super sweet. But the mutable traits say that they increase the base mutation rate and then also increase the chance that the mutation will be on that stat. Which I think is really cool because it not only benefits the stat, it just generally increases the mutation rate. And so that's a really, really strong effect. And I kind of wish that they did sort of the same thing with the bearings, where they would like increase the weight capacity of the dino and increase the weight reduction of those specific items. So just like, gain 100 extra weight capacity and then also gain weight reduction. Because then it becomes beneficial to everything about that dino. So having more bearings, whether they're for what you really want or not, can ultimately be beneficial. Because, for example, if you were trying to get melee mutations and, every tier 3 mutable stat increases your chance to get a mutation by 2%, which is an insane amount because I don't even think there's a 1% chance to get a mutation naturally. So gaining another 2% chance is insane. And you can get that 3 times, right? You can put 3 of the same mutable on a creature and get an extra 6% chance to get a mutation. But you can get 5 total traits on a creature. So So you could put two more mutables of a different type of something that, you're maybe also interested in. And you can get now a 10% chance, a 10% increased chance at getting a mutation, which is an astronomical amount, right? That means 1 out of every 10 creatures is going to give you the mutation you're looking for, which is totally out of control from a mutation breeding standpoint. And I think is super worth it. Um, and I honestly think changes the breeding meta where it's not really valuable to attempt to breed for a single mutation anymore, and that you should be trying to breed for two mutations at a time because of the way that's changed. Because if you get, if you want like health and melee on something, you're almost cutting your mutation chance in half by only putting health or melee mutation chances on your creatures. The other thing is I'm curious if even if your father, right, if you totally fill up your mutation stacks on your patrilineal side and you start only getting mutations from your female side, does the bonus to overall mutation chance that you get from the mutable traits affect the female's chance to mutate when the trait is on the male? So could I get a 10% increased chance to mutate on the male by adding those traits and then stack that on top of my 10% increased chance to mutate on my female and ultimately end up with 20% increased mutation chance, even though the mutations are all coming from the matrilineal side? Because I don't know exactly how that works. Because it doesn't say, um, it says increase the offspring's chance of having a mutation by 1%. It doesn't say increase the offspring's chance of having a mutation from this parent. There's a mineral bearing level 2 Anki. We're definitely going to get that. For show. Getting that for show. We have weight robust, mutable food. Don't need that at all. Okay, super high level Anki, can you please die now? That'd be great. We're also gonna go ahead and murk this corrupted Rex. Last thing we need is this thing going and messing with our Anki. Then we're gonna go ahead and just tame this Anki right back here in the corner. Nice. Super low level, super easy tame. I definitely need some mineral bearings for my creatures. I think level 2 is fine. If you get all level 2s, you end up with 67.5% weight reduction, which isn't going to allow me to slot cap my Anki, but would allow me to get about 100 slots on my Anki. So that's pretty great. I think 100 slots is probably more than enough. Let's see, what do you got there? A mineral bearing pteranodon. Let's get that. Sure, for sure. Let's just take a look at some of these creatures over here. I just like looking, especially at the flying creatures. I love. That's just a nocturnal tier 1. That's not nothing. I think my Anki will probably be alright over here. I don't think the bears will mess with unconscious creatures. And so I think we'll be okay. Fairy action, desert bearing fairy. There's a erupted rock drake. That's cool. What a little shit. Ooh, there's a whole family of Ankies. What's up? Mutable melee 1, health robust, vampiric, mutable stamina 3, angry. Speaking of angry, look at this rock drake. Mad, bruh? Oh, you dead. That's what the bull get the horns, dude. Alright, anyway. Let's look at some of these. Health robust, vampiric, mutable stam, angry, melee 1, health robust. Yeah, I don't think any of these are even remotely useful. Whole family of Ankies. That's garbage. I have no idea why you would need a mutable stamina on an Anki. Diurnal, Etheric, Numb. Mutable weight could be okay if it was a higher tier. Stamina robust. Let's hit these up and see if any of these are slow metabolisms. They do not appear to be. But a mutable oxygen on an Anki, that is, or on an RG, that is pretty freaking hilarious. And also totally useless. But hey, what are you gonna do, right? Come on. You know you want to give me Yankees. They have tier 3 mineral bearing. I mean, like a whole pack of them. Cowardly, health robust, distracting. Speaking of distracting, stupid corrupteds. And there's an aquatic Argentavis. They're giving me some really interesting RG traits right now. Like, we know these creatures can't go in the water, but look at this. Super good water traits. Great, thanks. I appreciate that. Really helping me out. Always gotta check. Heavy hitting Dreadnoughtus. I could see that potentially being valuable. They already have super slow attack speeds. So, reducing the attack speed a little. But then hitting even harder would be of value. You see, ooh. Oh, now. Be there, hi there, ho there. No corrupteds near my Anki. I was looking at all these Ankis, and I forgot that I was going to start killing everything so that I could try and get new spawns. Guess I should go around again and find all these creatures again and murk them real fast. Because I do want new spawns. Get these Ankies to go ahead and tank those wolves for me. That was nice. That was real convenient. Good job, Ankies. Good job. I imagine I already inspected that one, but wouldn't do not to check. I don't know that I've actually looked at this one though. Slow metabolism, I have. I don't think I checked these. I don't think they were here before. Hey, there she goes. There she goes. Ammo. Mineral bearing 3. There was another Anki baby around here. There it is. What are you? Health robust, useless. Can't believe I got that on a baby. That's so convenient. Slow metabolism, tenacious, cowardly. All useless? ARK is bearing. Yeah, that's what I want on my Ankies. Whatever. That Rex will probably take care of that for me. And I need to go check and make sure that this Anki... Okay, apparently there's a note there. That's cool. Gotta make sure this Anki isn't getting attacked by anything. This Pteranodon's still hanging out up here, huh? That's interesting. Oop. New Anki down here. Carefree. I mean, I'm happy that it doesn't have any cares. But it's not really useful to me. But I'm happy for it. Getting to just frolic through life. That's nice. That's real nice. I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know where. And this has been great already. A mineral bearing 2 and a mineral bearing 3. And a melee mutable 3 on Dodes. Kinda dope. Kinda dope. Parahusi, Queen Corona. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Yeah. Stop following me. Let's get mineral bearing level 2 over here. Perfect. You could just go ahead and be on aggressive. Go get yourself killed, Yankee. We still need Anki and Dode traits. It's crazy how many of these traits and stuff you need. Getting even one creature fully traded out is honestly kind of a freaking nightmare. I'm not looking forward to needing to get mineral bearing level 3s on a donkey. Taming donkeys can kiss my butt. I guess that's another thing that the trait system is kind of giving us is more options in how we go about doing things. Because, having good traits on your creatures is going to enable you, honestly, to gather better than using maybe some other methods without traded creatures. So if you have a really well traded Anki, then it's definitely better to go ahead and farm materials with that Anki instead of, doing like donkeys without traits or something like that. So if you can get something traded, then you can be doing pretty good here. It is. I think this is somebody I haven't seen before. Dino Masters? Dino Mounters. Yeah, I have not seen that tribe around here before. Interesting. Not really a fight I want to take right now because the value of these two mineral bearing traits that I have on me right now is pretty high. So I don't know if they would fight me. I wouldn't want to fight them anyway because, again, this is my home server right now. And we don't want to fight on our home server unless the people who are here are people from a different server, which they obviously aren't because, you can't transfer into this server. So they have stuff like a good man of armor here, and they probably have some sort of an established base. So I'm not trying to fight that. It has made the last month a little bit boring, but you know, you gotta do the boring stuff before you can do the fun stuff. Gotta get established, gotta have a base, gotta, especially if you want to be able to do things with any sort of long-term efficacy. All right. We're going to go back to base real quick. We're going to drop off these traits. Because I'm not trying to get murked out here with these 3 good traits on me. And lose them all. It would be awful. Let's see, what do I have in the Anki department? We got cane bearing, mineral bearing, mineral bearing, mineral bearing, mineral bearing, mineral bearing, mineral bearing. So we have 2 tier 2s, 3 tier 1s, and a tier 3 mineral bearing now. So I'd like to get at least one more tier 2 for mine. I'm going to trade away this tier 3. Now we're back to 0 traits on our little gene scanner. So we can get back at this here. And we're probably going to go ahead and go back into the desert and see what's up over there. Maybe kill some more creatures again. It was interesting. All right. Ooh. Getting gamma up there real quick. Little difficult to see in the dark over here. We don't need life being any more difficult than it already is. Athletic Dodicarus. Don't need you. What do you get? Slow metabolism? Nope. Oh, we got a bunch of little baby Dodicaruses here. Level 1 waist bearing, since it's on a baby. It's probably worth it. You never know, they might change their system so that you can gear up by using multiple of the lower tiers. And if they were to do that, having a stack of lower tier ones already would be pretty dope. I don't really care about the Volanosaurs right now. I mean, if I saw one that had like mutable melee 3 or something, I would certainly take it, but not really on my priority list. Gotta get these production dinos in order. The reason it's important to get your production dinos in order, at least what I feel, is that even if something happens, you can preserve those traits. So it's one of those things that if you do it early, then it benefits you for a really long time, right? You get your creature killed, doesn't matter, just go try and get the traits off of it. You know, if you do your mutations or something and you get a way better creature, it doesn't matter, just take your traits off and put them on something else. And it's just something you can preserve if you're careful. Tenacious Dodicarus, an athletic Dodicarus. Neither of those are useful. So far, I have done absolutely nothing to get my traits in order. Not really. It's also one of those things that you can do over time if you so choose, right? You don't necessarily have to spend a whole lot of time up front. Um, you know, if you just look while you're out and about, you can always breed a new creature and add traits to it. So you get your first creature bred up, you throw, you know, maybe your one mineral bearing level 2 or whatever that you have on there. And then just whenever you see more of that creature, right, more Ankies, more Dodes, just take a look at them with your gene scanner. And hopefully, eventually, you'll find some more of the traits that you need. And then you just breed a new creature. Unfortunately, you do have to breed a new creature every time you want to add traits. Although perhaps... Ooh. So here's an interesting idea. So I was told, I still haven't verified this yet, but I was told that if you have fast learner on an adult creature, you can take the fast learner off to add something else. So if you don't want to have to breed a brand new creature, if you find the fast learners, and I don't think it matters what level fast learner, so if you just grab some fast learner level 1s, then you can go ahead and throw those on your creature. It'll really benefit you for getting that creature leveled up early days, right? And then if you find better traits, you should be able to take off and replace the vast learner traits. If what I was told is true. Which would be insanely strong. I don't know if you can only put one fast learner trait, or if it has the same 3, I'd have to look it up. That's a pretty cool little idea there. There's a mineral bearing 1 Dodicarus. I'm probably not going to get that. We are going to kill all these creatures, though. We're going to help this Carno out. Probably end up killing the Carno. Oh, freaking well. Ooh. I think I saw something just get launched. I don't know what it was. There was a baby Anki over here that I didn't check the trait for. Might have gotten killed, though. I think it probably did. That's too bad. Oh well. Oh well. Food for frail Dodicarus. What useless garbage. Athletic. Oxygen frail. My goodness, y'all. You know, I would have left you all alone. Could have just carried on with your days. But no, you had to be butt faces. health robust, not useful. The robusts, I don't think are really useful at all when it comes to breeding. Maybe putting them like singles on the males is maybe a good idea. But I really do think that the increased base chance of mutation is just better. And so having any mutation trait is better than having the the robust traits and guaranteeing the higher tier stats. Because when breeding, it's fairly easy to breed enough to get enough copies of your good stats for you to use. The difficulty comes when you're trying to mutate those stats more than anything. Oh, the Lamantria, got it. I was like, why am I walking so slow? I have stamina. It's that freaking Lamantria. Oop. These Ankies are like invisible sometimes. I think we've gone pretty much all the way around. We've looked at all of our Ankies and our Doeds here. We killed all the Ankies in the wastes areas where we normally go. So we just need to go back over to those wastes areas. Mutable health, nocturnal, numb 3, cave bearing 1. None of these seem useful at all. Let's go ahead and nuke these Doeds and Ankies down. Killing Dodicarus is such a pain in the dick. Just die already, bro. All right. Let's go ahead and go back out into our waste areas where we know there's lots of Ankies. Honestly, um, going into the snow might not be a terrible idea. The only reason I maybe wouldn't go into the snow uh, is just because there's lots of other stuff that's annoying and in the way out there. So it's not quite as effective as trying to tame stuff here in the desert or in the wastes, where I feel like I can get things into some pretty good positions. Where life's just not really all that complicated, so but we'll go back up here to where we normally go to see if we can find some Ankies. With the stuff that we need. Oop, there's an Anki. What are you rocking, buddy? A fatty trait. Ooh, look at his RG. White and cream colored. That's kind of nice. Static and mutable melee 1. I'm pretty sure I've already looked at these Ankies. Let's look at the Bibis. Cave bearing. An exotic bearing. Okay, we don't care about those. So we just carry on. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Got a numb trait here. Mutable oxygen on a snow owl. Erupted Giga. Oh, Ankylosaurus. Where are you? The hell? There it is. But to say, I thought I just got Prolovia off, but I didn't see a Prolovia. Hey. What a dick. Freaking Prolovias, man. Freaking Prolovias. Whoa, look at all these Ankies. Stamina frail, diurnal, mutable weight, numb, empiric. I don't think any of that is useful. Good job, Daedon. Here I am helping you kill these Ankies. And you attack me. And you get in front of my ice beam. Like, I was trying to just kill the Yankees. I was gonna leave you to kill the babies. Think of all the prime meat you could have had. Instead, you had to be a dick. Honestly, we probably should go ahead and go into the cold. Because I also need to check mammoths for plant bearing. And, maybe megatheriums. Or, like vampiric or something. I get vampiric on my megatheriums, that'd be pretty sweet. Journal, numb, exotic bearing. I just need plant bearing. The woolly mammoths. There's not really anything else. No other bearings that I think would be very valuable. Melee frail, really? Both melee frail? That's hilarious. Numb Anki. We're gonna kill the Anki. I'm not gonna worry about killing every single freaking mammoth. There's just so many of them. And there are quite a few larger creatures that roam around in the snow and have the ability to kill mammoths, as well as big old packs of wolves and stuff. They just make the snow dangerous enough that I think there's enough turnover probably on the mammoths that I can come back here later and, you know, maybe find one that I need. I should probably check the Managarmers. There's just so few Managarmers. The good stats on Managarmers are probably outrageously valuable. If you could get like a melee or a stamina mutable 3. Because like I said, how many you're going to ultimately need for your line. Because you'll have to have them for all of your females. Will just be insane. There's a fast learner 1 for the Yankee. I almost want to tame that Anki and get that fast learner one just for doing like I said earlier and being able to throw a bunch of fast learners on your baby. And then when you finally get all of your melee or mineral gatherings or whatever, just transfer those fast learners off and replace them with those mineral bearings or whatever you wanted to use. Seems like a really good, so you don't have to breed a whole new one. Health robust, distracting. Tenacious could also be pretty good for my boss Megatheriums. It's a lot of Rexes. Melee robust, quick hitting, cave bearing, useless. Giant slaying Anki. King slaying on a Megatherium. It is only king slaying 1. But still, that's what I'm going to use him for, right? Is bossing. For sure you want king slaying on there. Honestly, didn't even occur to me to think about that until I saw it. But probably giant slaying also. Giant slaying, king slaying, empiric. Maybe a tenacious in there. Don't really think I want meat bearing on a woolly mammoth, though. Okay, well, looks like I've mostly gone through all of the area over here that is easy for me to get to and go through without running into a bunch of people's turrets and shit. There's an Anki. A cowardly Anki. Thinking about cowardly adds movement speed when you get hit. But I believe carefree Just permanent movement speed. Who is this? Turtle Squad. You know, I haven't seen them around in a while. Um, so a couple of interesting things. I didn't realize that it's not just crop plots, I don't guess. Again, this is not something I've tested, but crop plots on wagons automatically can have the stuff in them put into troughs, right? You can raise crops and then just boop, automatically put it in your trough off of your wagon. But I believe that stuff out of like refrigerators and stuff like that do the same thing. So if you put a refrigerator on the back of a wagon and filled it with meat, then it could automatically be put into a trough as well. So you can actually get a lot of value out of those for raising babies, especially with overnight raises and stuff like that. It's probably something I'm going to look into once I get moved over to the other base, because a lot of value there. A lot of value there. Well, I definitely don't need a melee frail Anki. I honestly can't think of a more useless trait. Anki. Like your whole point is melee. The only stat anybody cares about. Almost as bad as a melee frail on a Giga. What are you even doing with your life, bud? To knock. You see, he's the man, let me hear you applaud. He is more than a man, he's a shiny golden god. If you think it's time to fucking rock and fucking roll out of control. Hmm. Please, can I have more mineral bearing? Like, I have 2 mineral bearing 2s. I'd really like to get just one more. Do. One more mineral bearing 2, and I will raise myself a new Anki. And be very happy. Why are you? What are you doing? Too bad it's only mutable melee level 1. Sad day for me. Is your trait aggressive? That's not really a trait that I want. But you know what? I can't go into my base from right here. I gotta go teleport because I don't have any grapples on me. Don't have any grapples. Boing. Boing. Wee. Boing. Wee. Boing. Boing. I missed. Oh no. I break. I break. Boing. Boing. Boop. And we go back to my base. Let's go to the hop. Oh, baby, let's go to the hop. Right. For the love of all things. Pretty sure this is a 130. Which means it's gonna take like all of my stam. We do need to drink and eat though. Or our character goes Mimi's. We definitely don't want that to happen. That'd be terrible. All right. Old Doedicurus, a fast learner Doedicurus. Neither of those are important to me. We're gonna go ahead and nuke them. Okay, that's fine, Thorny Dragon. If you want to die, you're welcome to die. I don't mind one teensy weensy little bit. All right. I just need some traits. Food frail, quick hitting. Neither of those are useful in the slightest. There are so many useless traits for so many creatures because the traits are so specific, which I think is great and makes for a lot of interesting variety. But it also means you end up with just a lot of garbage that you have to clear out. I think if they maybe did something like they do with the levels, where it's not necessarily the same chance for every level to spawn, if they maybe did the same thing with the traits based on the type of creature. So, maybe you're slightly more likely to get tenacious or immutable health on a stego, and you're slightly less likely to get, the bearings on creatures that aren't designed um, specifically for gathering those resources. So, there's no reason to be getting like a mineral bearing on a friggin' pteranodon. So even if it was just not even individual traits like mineral bearing, but even if it was just bearings in general, at a higher chance on resource gathering dinos. and maybe some of the other like attack traits. Is that an alpha? No, it's just a regular. Had like a lower chance. Even something real small like that. Ooh, fast learner level 3 on that Doty. Hmm. Just don't know if it's worth it to me though. I just don't really care about the fast learning traits, honestly. But I did forget I do need to actually go kill all these Doties. I was gonna go to work. Okay, either of you could just go ahead and die now. That'd be great. Okay. Go up here and get this orange one as well. Here we are. So, next month, February 12th, we are getting the Astraeus map, which is going to be like an official, unofficial DLC. It's going to cost 15 bucks, but based on what I read in the community crunch, it looks like in its unfinished state, it is going to get added to the official network. So we're going to get new maps that are going to have um, like closed periods where you can't transfer into them, sort of back to back, which is really, really strange to me. And especially because the Astraeus map is only something like 35% completed, or is only going to be 35% completed when it launches. So I'm actually pretty concerned about that happening at all. Um, I'm happy that they're advertising and promoting a a DLC map that was made by a mod who's been modding maps. Right, this is the person who made Fjordor, I believe, is the person who made the Astraeus map. So I'm very happy that that individual is getting an opportunity to monetize the ridiculous amount of work that they do in order to make these modded maps. But I am fairly unhappy with how quickly we're adding a new map, right? Because this wasn't supposed to happen until June or July, I don't think. But how quickly we're adding the map, how unfinished it's going to be when it's added to the official network. And the fact that Wildcard is going to end up with a cut of it. And the fact that that is probably pushing the date forward a lot more than the mod creator would probably like. You know, when we used to get modded maps as official maps in the past, there was usually quite a bit of work that needed to be done because most of the modded maps were made by single individuals or extremely small teams. And so they weren't able to produce the same way that Wildcard and their team can with the new maps. And they didn't necessarily have the same tools available to them, right? Because Wildcard creates a bunch of internal tools to work with um, their dev kit to help them, find and fill in mesh holes and to make the mesh look a certain way and um, to prevent stuff happening with the map and with the world that they don't want, right? To try and find glitches and bugs and things that'll happen that'll go wrong on the map. And so they, would run those tools through new maps. They would take a look. They would, do a little changing and tinkering here and there to conform the map to official standards. And so now we're getting this really, really unfinished map that is apparently being built in concert with the developer of the map, the modder. And so I don't know if these dev passes are being done as they're going through certain areas, or are they finishing huge areas of work and then the devs are taking a look at these huge areas. I believe it's supposed to be like Fjordor. It's supposed to have multiple like realms or whatever in it, like Fjordor did. So are they doing like an entire realm and then having the dev team take a pass at it? Like, what exactly is going on and how is this process working? And are we actually going to get, an official quality map? Or is it going to be in this weird limbo state for years while the extremely small dev team works on it? And then eventually the wildcard devs will take a look and, conform it to standards. Because if you're going to have it on the official networks and it's not going to conform to official standards from the start, then things are going to get really wild on the official servers. And I just think that was a super bad move. I want uh, the modder, the developer of the map, to be able to monetize as early as possible so that um, they can afford to continue to put the time and the effort into the mod, because I understand that that's a pretty significant investment for them. Not just because, not just because you have to spend money to, have the required hardware and stuff like that to be able to make a mod like that, right? To be able to do all the rendering and stuff you need to do to continue to work on those mods, but also the time investment or the money investment through time. Because every hour that this individual spends on making this map is an hour that they're not earning money to pay their bills, to pay their rent, to, get food. So it's a significant financial burden to put in the literal thousands of hours that it takes to make a good mod map before being able to monetize that map in any way. And it really creates this, I think, horrible barrier to entry where, if you're not financially stable enough to put 6,000 hours into making the map before being able to monetize it, then you can't create modded maps. And I don't like that idea. I don't like that barrier to entry. But that seems like a burden that should be taken on by Wildcard, and not a burden that should be taken on by the ARK community. The hell am I getting hit by? Right, so the ARK community is ultimately taking on the risk of this map maybe never even being completed. Because when you purchase digital assets and stuff like that, when they go up for sale, they are always sold as is, right? Like, here's the stuff we want to do to it, but if you buy it, you have to understand that you're getting the product as it is right now, with no guarantee of a change to that product in the future. But here are the goals that we're working towards. Right? If you buy a live service video game, you know, an MMO or a game like ARK, where you're expecting updates, it's fine to expect those updates, but you've purchased the game. And in whatever state that game is the only requirement that that game has. The only time that's not necessarily true is when we do things like Kickstarter campaigns for games, and then you are purchasing the expectation of a physical or as a finished product that at least closely resembles what the goal was when the Kickstarter happened, which is why so many Kickstarter games have gotten themselves into a lot of trouble. You know, they start wanting to build a game in a certain way, and then they start actually building it, and they find out that the technology and or their skill doesn't necessarily measure up. And so the game that they start putting out, while it's, you know, perfectly reasonable and average, isn't anywhere near what the expectation was. And so they ended up making this astronomical amount of money for a very mediocre game. And, you know, the people who kickstarted, who backed that game, tend to get really upset with that, which is why I think that we're in a place in game development where the people who reap the least reward are taking on the most significant risk way too often. Right? If the Astraeus map is absolute garbage and nobody wants to play it, which I'm not expecting, but it is still a possibility, then as things stand right now, the people who are bearing the burden of that risk are anybody who purchases the map before it's 100% completed. Right? If you buy the map in its 35% completed state and it never reaches 100%, or they say it's, you know, about 35% right now, but really maybe it's 50%, and so you're not really getting everything that you thought you were getting when you purchased this mod, then you're bearing the risk of that, and you're bearing the burden of that, but all you're potentially getting in return is the product, right? So that would be like buying an apple before it grew on the tree, and then just taking whatever apple happened to grow, whether it was a good apple or a bad apple. So you pay the price of an apple, but then maybe you get like the worst apple ever that you would never pay full price for. But you already bought the apple, so you might as well eat it, right? And so that same thing is happening here with this modded map, is we're not going to see the end product. We have to trust that because the person has made good products in the past, that this product is going to be good, and then we are going to fund its future development by buying it now, and we don't get anything but the final product in whatever state it comes in. Where, the mod developer and Wildcard are going to put this mod out, right? And they're going to fund the development of this mod. Honestly, and Wildcard is even going to get their cut for the mod, which means, they're probably going to more than cover the cost of what they're doing to help the modder conform the mod to their standards for the official server network. And then they're going to get the benefit of, whatever comes after this mod releases in its 100% state and even more people purchase it. Right? So all of the benefit is going to the people who are now um, being relieved of the financial burden of the development of this thing. And I'm fairly unhappy about that. Right? It's a way of getting investment without having to share in profit. Right? That's all basically the Kickstarter is a way to gain investors that are only interested in your product and aren't going to be taking a cut of your profit when that product launches. And the fact that Wildcard is not only allowing that to happen, but taking part in that happening. And in fact, I imagine encouraging it by pushing up the date of this 35% release or whatever is fairly disconcerting. Especially because it's going to be having an impact on the official server network. If I'm not mistaken. If I read the community crunch correctly. Which seems insane to me. Like the whole thing is just more and more insane the more I think about it. I'm just generally pretty unhappy about it. Okay, well, we didn't get any good ones that time around. Let's go ahead and take ourselves back up to the wastes. We'll go check out what's going on up there again. I can't believe we've already been streaming for 2.5 hours. We've really only been looking for traits. I didn't realize it had been quite so long. Looking for the waste Ankies. Hey, there's an Ankie. I feel like maybe this is one I just didn't kill earlier, but ooh, it has a baby. Don't kill the baby. Okay, kill the baby. I don't care. Ooh, it has another baby. Okay, you can kill that one too. Oh, holy crap. It's a level 10 Karchar. You know, I've never tamed a Karchar before. Pretty sure you just kill a creature and then walk up to it, right? I feel like I should try it out with this low level. You just have to like kill anything and then drag the corpse over near it, right? And then it like sniffs the air and comes and eats the body. How this works? Yeah, I think it's sniffing the air. But then can I just drop that off and like run? Or do I have to be holding it? Oh crap, I think I did it. Head Karchar. Oh, what a dick. Okay. Well, no Karchar taming. I don't understand. I've never actually watched a video on how to tame a Karchar. I just like don't understand. Never really read a description on it. Like I just know that you feed it and then you ride it and you eat stuff. I don't know if there are any restrictions on what you feed it. Like, does it have to have a certain drag weight or Can't believe that big old pack of Yankees was just all booty cheeks. Awful. Okay, can I please move? That'd be great. That'd be real great. Wolves killing everything. Everything just going crazy over here. I go a little bit crazy sometimes. I get a little bit out of control with my rhymes. Tenacious Anki. Useless Anki. I think I already looked at this thing. Yeah, kidding. Still, probably not the worst possible trait you could get for those creatures. Anki with the heavy hitting trait. Looks like they're probably going to die naturally. A lot of stuff over here to fight, so I don't have to worry about it. Oxygen robust. That's what you need for Atlantis right there. Get you a good oxygen Rex. Oh baby, man, I haven't played Ark in forever. I quit when ASA dropped. This looking nice. You know, it does look pretty good. This is actually, I've got the settings all jacked up so I can see better. Normally there's like lots of shadows and fog. Extinction specifically looks really, really good. Um, and I like it a lot. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see the new face. But it's still got a lot of the same problems, you know? It's still got a lot of the same meshing issues. It's still got a lot of the same, like dinos winking out of existence and weird BS like that. So it definitely looks better. And if that's what you're aiming for, if you just want, ARC, but better graphics, then ASA is totally worth it. But beyond that, they didn't really improve the game at all. Haven't tried out any of the maps besides the center and the island. By the way, I love your voice. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. That was the thing I was most afraid of when I started streaming, was that people were going to find my voice as annoying as I do. It's been super good for my self-esteem that that is not the case. Played really competitively. I always had my graphics insanely scuffed at the cost of being able to see. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the way it is with ARK, right? Can't have anything nice if you want to be able to play on PvP. But from a solo perspective, I'm sure it actually looks really nice. You know, just keeping everything on. This is nothing to be insecure about. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is nice to hear. You know how it is. Everybody hates the sound of their own voice. And so I just let that get in the way of my ability to get out there and stream and stuff. We have definitely solved that problem. I don't worry about it at all anymore. What are you? You're useless. Okay, that's what you are. Especially since I'm not a kid anymore, I don't have near as much free. Yeah, yeah, I heard that. I mean, I don't have that problem because I'm a huge bum, but for sure, if you have any sort of a life and like to do anything other than play video games, Ark is just not a game that you get to play. At least not PvP Ark. Um, I honestly think that more effort should be made to enhance the opt-in PvP systems for Ark's PvE servers. Because I mean, I still game a lot, just not consistently. I agree. Yeah, it's got to be like 12 hours a day on Ark if you're going to play the PvP servers. Because otherwise your offline timer is just too long and you just can't really succeed. But I think that they should put some more effort into getting people more involved with the tribe war system of the PvE servers. Because knowing for a fact that you can't get raided, that you can't lose your base, you know, that you can go find somebody who is similarly powerful to you and start a tribe war with that person and have a nice PvP experience without having to worry about, you know, getting attacked when you're not online or, you know, some ridiculous BS like that. I feel like if they went in and really put some work into that system, made it more user friendly, accented it a little more so that people knew it even existed, um, and maybe found some ways to do like a point scoring system so that tribe wars weren't just about killing people, but you know, maybe you could find a way to create a point system or you know, create a way where there's maybe some sort of objective like a structure that needs to be destroyed, and you know, then the teams can put those structures somewhere, or I don't know. And then, you know, a system where you can risk things, right? Like putting something in escrow, you know, some resources or a blueprint or, you know, baby tames or something like that. You put those things in escrow, and then whoever defeats the other team, either by points or by destroying this specific structure, would then get everything that was in that escrow. I think would be really cool. Yeah, I was solo for like 70 to 80% of the time. Wish it was easier to have more lenient tribe mates not caring if I'm offline. Yeah, I'm with you. I pretty much exclusively play solo. I've got over 5,000 hours now between the two games, and I've spent, like you, at least 80 to 90% of that playing solo. Because every time I play with teammates, A, the first time anything goes wrong, everybody just wants to quit, and so you lose your tribe. But B, because, you start to feel this really heavy weight of expectation, and it's really hard, especially if, you don't want to let the other people down. It's really hard to maintain not just what the other people expect of you, but what your own expectation is of yourself for making sure that you're pulling your weight and stuff. We tend to be really hard on ourselves, I think most people. And so you just kind of put this weight on yourself like, oh, I've got to be on 16 hours a day and I've got to be productive the entire time or I'm letting everybody down. And whether that's true or not, it's still how we tend to feel about it. And so it just makes playing with other people really difficult and really sucks a lot of the fun out of the game. So I just play by myself. I just dink around and have a good time. I've been looking for traits right now. I really need traits for my production dinos, my Doedicurus and my Anki specifically, as well as my woolly mammoth. But I've been having some trouble finding the ones that I want in the volume that I need. Some types of servers I liked back in the day were ORP. Offline raid protection I think is great. Um, the thing that I don't like about offline raid protection is that the building system of ARK really makes it so that you want players to be getting wiped. So if you're going to have ORP, I feel like you also need to have stricter rules about how much an individual player or tribe can build so that the server doesn't get too overrun with structures. Because otherwise it just becomes a nightmare to try and clear that stuff out. Um, because, people have just built up and built up and built up because you can only raid them when they're online. They just start to be able to not die, right? Because it's pretty easy if you're online to defend quite a few base locations in ARK. There are some really, really good ones out there that are basically impossible to online raid. And so you just end up with these tribes that never get wiped. And then the stuff that gets built becomes pretty obnoxious. I feel like there should also be a thing where if you're offline for more than 1 to 2 days, they should be destructed for a certain amount of hours a day. I so they've tried to do a couple of things to reduce spam and increase the resource burden of spam. You used to be able to just put down single structures. Now you have to put down structures that are attached to other structures, or they have, that 24-hour destruction timer. So you have to render them in every 24 hours, or you have to put two structures on them. I do think that the destruction timer is a little long. It's 16 days or something like that on metal structures. So it is a little long. But also, I think that promotes a lot more traveling to other servers and, building things that you're going to maybe need in the future and then still having them. And if those things disappeared from those servers every time you weren't on that server for just a couple of days, I feel like that'd be pretty negative because they're usually pretty small structures and, they don't really matter a whole lot. They're, traps and stuff like that. on servers that you want to go to tame certain creatures. And I think it's beneficial to keep those things around on a per player basis. But yeah, I really don't know. Um, I don't know exactly what the solution is there. I mean, I honestly, I think it's just about wiping people because most people, when they get wiped, they don't go back to the same server because usually they got wiped off the server because somebody else either wants to take it over or because they were on that server and the Alpha tribe took them out. And so they usually go somewhere else where they're maybe less known. They're maybe not going to get harassed. So maybe finding, honestly, I think it's just about making everybody able to be rated. And so again, I think that's something, um, those of us who play solo, or those of us who are slightly more casual or not nearly as good at the game, have always been on that level, right? We all get rated every couple of weeks usually, at a maximum. I don't know that I've ever lived since ASA started. I've had my two longest wipes on small tribes, and that was just because I ended up on servers where people were kind of non-aggressive, and so things have just been pretty chill. It's kind of been a PvE experience, except for the super early days where things were pretty actively PvP oriented. And so I've had some good runs there, but as soon as I get onto servers where transfers and stuff are enabled, it never takes very long for somebody to track me down and blow up my base. But, there's a point at which that stops happening to you, right? And that point happens much, much faster for larger tribes. And so those people don't experience necessarily the same amount or level of reset that the rest of us do. And it kind of sucked when you're the attacker. But whenever I played solo, I'd always get some crazy hard rat holes to raid. But since ASA's released, there's been a lot less of these spots. Extinction has a lot of really good rat holes, and so does Center, thankfully. And I've heard Aberration does. I don't spend a lot of time on Aberration because the lighting there is really weird. But Extinction has a lot of really good rat holes. And because you can't throw out cryos near other people's cryo fridges, crouch rat holes and stuff in ASA are wildly stronger than they were in ASE. Like, way, way stronger. I don't even know how you rate a crouch rat hole on ASA. They are insanely strong. Not being able to throw dinos into soak. Dang, never mind, I guess I haven't played enough. Only had around 300 hours on it. I mean, if you only played the island and the center, then, especially if you were only playing the early days on the center, you just wouldn't have had the opportunity to see a lot of that stuff. I'm kind of with you. I played like 1,000 hours on the island when it first came out, and then as soon as transfers opened, it didn't take any time before somebody came and meshed my pearl cave. And that pretty much did it for me. I was pretty angry about that, so I quit, and I didn't start playing again until just now when Extinction came out. And I jumped on an Extinction server, and basically the same thing has happened. So I've been on this Extinction server, and nobody here is cheating. But I went to go build like another base on another server because, you can't transfer into this base right now. And I went and I found a nice rat hole over on the center. And I started building it up. And I got the entrance nice and secure. And literally, like within a week and a half, 2 weeks of being over there, somebody came and meshed it, um, and took all my shit that I had moved over there. So all of my structures still exist over there, and I'll eventually probably go back to that base. But the burden of setup is so much higher because you have to have your entrance super secured to prevent. So this is Bob's Tall Tales. This is called the Gene Scanner. I play on the official Small Tribe servers, so everything on here is official. But this is part of the Bob's Tall Tales DLC, and you'll see gene traits over there. If you look at the image on the right hand side, it says weight frail. So all of these genes are different things that you can extract and then put on different babies. It's a one-to-one. They don't pass down from parents. You actually extract them and then you put them on the babies and they do different things like increase damage or reduce the weight of certain types of materials, or there's a vampiric one that does a life steal effect, or just a bunch of different stuff like that. So yeah, now there's like this whole new thing to go look for, but you do have to own the Bob's Tall Tales DLC, interact with it. um, yeah, so there are actually a couple of these that do make reading easier. There's mutable traits, like it'll say, there you go, mutable weight. So this increases the chance that a mutation will occur and increases the chance that that mutation will be on weight. So you put that on your parents and then increase the chance to get mutations on weight on your babies. Hey, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Um, yeah, so there's tons of stuff to do with breeding. But I think the most important thing is that because you have to extract the traits, right? The traits don't pass down from parent to child. You have to extract them and put them on the babies after they're born. And then it's a one-time use thing. And then the trait is gone. You can extract it again and use it again, but it can only be on one dino at a time. And so one of the things that I thought was always bad about ARK is once you get to a certain level, as a bigger tribe, there's not a lot of reason for you to be out in the world anymore. So you're not out here like with your good kit, with your good dinos and your cryopods, with your stuff like that. And so people don't have the opportunity to maybe kill you and get themselves a good kit or something like that because you're just not out in the world. So you're not experiencing any danger. And it seems like, um, the higher tier you get in ARK specifically, the less dangerous everything becomes for you and the less danger you need to interact with in order to succeed. And I think that's really bad and sort of the opposite of what things need to be. But this trait system forces you to be out here looking at creatures all the time because you can always use more traits, right? Every time you breed a new line of dinos, every time you have. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. A ton of metas have really changed. And a lot of it is about getting players out of their bases into the world to interact with each other. And I think that's very good for the game. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm not looking forward to transfers opening again. What was the Rockwell boss fight like? Never checked it out. You mean the Aberration boss fight? I haven't done it on ASA yet either. I'm pretty sure it's the same though. Is it not the same anymore? That'll be interesting. If it's different, I'll have to go check it out. Yeah, no, I haven't done it. I didn't play Aberration when it came out. I quit after the island right before Scorched Earth came out, and then I haven't played since until Extinction. And I've been on this Extinction server pretty much the whole time because you can't transfer into these servers right now. They're transfer locked for the first month or so. So, because I can't bring anything back to this server, I haven't been going to other servers to do anything. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Hang on, something just broke. There we go. Curious though, because it's on UE5 and I love the boss fight. So I wonder how the graphics look. Um, I mean, I imagine that the models and stuff, like Rockwell, probably looks a little better. But when this game got ported over to UE5, they didn't like rebuild the models or redo any of the code or anything like that. Right? It was sort of a copy paste and then fix sort of a thing. So while some models did have some work done to them and things look a little bit different, for the most part, the models are all the same. And so I don't imagine if Rockwell's the same boss fight that it'll change drastically how he looked. The lighting will be a little different. The ambiance will be a little different inside of the fight. But Rockwell himself probably looks pretty much the same that he did from a texture perspective. Probably the biggest change to ASA has been the lighting. The shadows and stuff in this game, if it wasn't such a detriment to PvP, I would leave the shadows and the fog and the cloud on. And the grass, there's so much more grass in ASA. Oh my goodness. My character's like as small as you can make a character model. And so he just looks ridiculous in the grass because he totally vanishes. And it's kind of hilarious. What do you got going on, Thyla? Plant bearing. I do not need a plant bearing Thylacoleo, sorry. Char. Definitely would go back to ASA, but mainly just for PvE. It's kind of weird to think about though. My 22k hours, I've only tried PvE for like 3 days. Wow, 22k hours. Holy shiznit, brother. That's some that's some playtime right there. It's like 12 hours a day every day since the game was launched. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, I played it like that when I was playing. I just didn't play it like that permanently. Oh, I tamed that one. It needs to die. I'd play for a couple of weeks or a month, depending on how long I was able to survive and, be like feel like I was doing well. And then something stupid would happen, and then I'd quit for a while and then come back. Now, since I don't have so much free time, I'll just play COD, Minecraft, and some other games. I mean, you got to manage that free time for sure. You're always welcome to come over here to get your ARK fix. Always welcome to come over here. You'll be very disappointed because I am really bad at this game despite playing for a significant amount of hours. but that's okay. Oh, come on. It is a whole family Yankees. Mutable stam, nothing. Stam, nothing. Heavy hitting, athletic. I swear, if one of y'all doesn't have really mineral bearing level 1, you suck. Believe me, I suck at PvP compared to others with my playtime, but knowledge-wise, I feel like I know just a little too much. That's kind of uh, where I was at when I played ASE. I've actually learned a bunch of new things since coming back to ASA from my community. A lot of people have been informing me of some stuff that I didn't know about that has changed with this game. But I always felt like my knowledge in ASE was really good. I knew how to beat all the bosses. I knew, the little tricks and stuff like that. But I was just never quite as good as everybody else. But I'm old. That's what happens. I can't click the buttons like them young kids can. I also think that trait hunting was probably really good for like solo and PvE play. Because again, it gives you a reason to have to go out into the world. I was also insanely good builder. I always tried new stuff and experimenting, and I can make some crazy bases with enough resources. I love building in this game, but I like building things that are a little abstract. Like, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with Captain Fat Dog, but a long time ago, Captain Fat Dog made a video about making a Dimorphodon turret. Um, so a couple of weeks ago, we went ahead and sort of made that turret on the back of a Quetzal. Well, our own little version of that turret on the back of a Quetzal. And so what I really want to do is I want to fill it up with Dimorphodons and stuff, and then use it for maybe some PvP or maybe doing some of these OSDs and stuff like that. Some features about ASA made it a bit harder to build, but it also got a lot easier in some ways, especially turret placement. The new turret placement is so good. So good, and helps so much with defense. I'm honestly in love with being able to put turrets on mesh. I don't see why you would ever do anything else. Yeah, well, and just take a really long time because even the really hard caves, as long as you could get in there and get the turret wall down, then you were kind of okay because there was only so much space on the floor to put, ground turrets and stuff in ASE. But now that you can put them all over the place, and because a lot of the crouches or small entrances have really huge rooms that come after them, you can just get so many turrets attacking from so many different directions on the exact same point, and you can't throw creatures out into those places, right? Because you just have cryopods, or because you can't throw cryos near enemy cryo fridges. You just kind of lock down every possibility they have, and then just make this obscene gauntlet of turrets. And I mean, you just have to take them down one at a time. Do your best to get in there and get a rocket off. And I mean, raiding is just a nightmare anymore. If they're online, then forget about it. Which is why they're doing stuff like the Tribe Tower and stuff like that that have to be placed outside. You can't place them inside. One thing I hated about building was filling turret settings, and making the walls perfect. Very tedious. So you actually get quite a few things in ASA that help with that because you can have the copy settings now, and you can copy the settings of a turret to all the turrets of the same pin code. So as long as you're diligent about your pin codes, then it's pretty easy to manage your settings. I'm not very diligent about my pin codes, but if you would, think about like two or three different pin codes and then have turrets somewhere where it's easy to access so you can copy. Oh yeah, no, in ASE it was an absolute nightmare for sure. But in ASA at least, it's not nearly as difficult. I mean, it's the same thing why people don't use lots of dinos and don't like use whistle groups and stuff like that because it's kind of just too much of a pain in the butt and doesn't feel like it's worth it considering all the headache. Honestly, if you could get good at using different whistle groups and whistling dinos in fights, then you could pretty much dominate ARK PvP. I mean, without even a question. Even something as simple as, riding a wolf and being able to coordinate a wolf pack would be extremely strong. But if you could get, two or three whistle groups of 5 to 10 dinos and effectively maneuver them around. Like another thing that pushed me away was the optimization when ASA released was SE. My FPS was like 10. Not so bad. I get like 80 to 100 FPS now. See, I did not realize that the FPS. So I don't play on my home computer. I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now, which is a remote gaming service. And so they do a good job of downloading drivers and keeping drivers set up for their games, and just kind of keeping everything current and keeping graphic settings correct for the different games that they have on their service. So I don't have to worry very much about my settings. I just kind of log in and play. Whoops. Oh, that's bad. I don't know if I can actually get out of here. Um, Raptor, do you have any more fertilized eggs for me? I don't have any eggs. How do you not have any eggs? Don't make no dang sense. Telling me none of these dodos dropped any eggs in the last 2 days? Seems highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Alright, well, it's been about 3.5 hours since we got started. So I actually need to take a quick little break and get some food in me. I'm pretty hungry. So if y'all give me just a couple of minutes here, I'll be right back. Just gonna go whip up some tacos real quick. Oops, sorry I missed your goodbye there. Hope to see you again, though. Finish eating here. Get back to it. All right. I don't really think I'm interested in continuing to hunt traits. You know, we did some of that, didn't really work out. I mean, I guess we got a couple, but I guess it did kind of work out. But now it's time to go ahead and do something else. So I think the best thing probably is to go do some stone farming. We still have 180 slots of chitin over here that we need to turn into CP. We need to make a bunch of flint or get a bunch of flint and get some spark powder and stuff like that. The King Titan is roaming around. Yeah, so need to take a look at a bunch of that stuff. Oh, you know what? Always find it annoying to have to maintain breeding bases. You know, I agree. what the hell? Where's my friggin' RG? Just in general, being a solo is like the most annoying way to play this game. Because you can't get help with anything, right? You're just fucked. You gotta live in the worst spots to live. And especially when you're prim locked solo, like it's not so bad if you've got teleporters and stuff like I do now. But when I was living in here and I didn't have tech, like it was awful trying to get resources and stuff into this base because it's got a crouch entrance, so you just can't do anything. You're just fucked the whole time. It's awful. Let's go ahead and grab my pantalones. And let's get back over here. This is a Steam Forge. Even trading two, in some cases, people would think they can kill you and take it since you have no other protection. Yeah, trading as a solo is absolute booty cheeks. For sure, for sure. The only decent way to do it is to use the discords where people actually have the ability to build up reputation and it actually matters that they keep that reputation positive. Just doing it in the chat in the game is worthless. And even then, it's not necessarily worth it to use the discords because you still might get scammed. They need to have a legitimate trading system in this game. And it needs to be something that I don't have to see you to be able to do. Or maybe I can like put the items in a trade window and then we have to get close enough. And then the items would swap. I don't know, something. Anything other than what they have right now. Even though I played solo, I always tried getting alliances or just friends in general if the server allowed it. Yeah, so one of the things that I always preach on here, and that I think is especially important as a solo, is you don't shit where you eat, right? You don't PvP and you don't raid on your home server. You should always be, if not cooperative, at least non-confrontational with the people who live on the same server as you, especially in small tribes. Because one 6-person tribe can't use up all the resources on this server, right? It's impossible. Oh, I was just saying that the thing that I always preach on here is you don't shit where you eat. And that is that when you live on a server, right, and you have your main base there, you should never be PvPing or um, raiding people who also live on your server. Now, if somebody comes from off server onto your server to do something, then absolutely attack that motherfucker. But the people who live on your server with you should just de facto be your allies because they know where your base is and they see you multiple times a day, every day. And if you make them angry, whether they're stronger than you or not, they're going to fuck with you. And that just hurts everybody's progress and makes the server weaker. Because, especially on small tribes, a single 6-person tribe can't use all the resources on a single server. It's just not possible. No, Ragnarok is not released yet. Ragnarok is supposed to release in like April. Also, the ads are set up the way they are. They have the minimum amount of ads that I can possibly have and to get rid of pre-roll ads. Um, because I'm a smaller channel, I think it's important that people don't have to like wait for a minute and a half to get in and see me. So, unfortunately, it means I have to have at least 3 minutes of ads every hour. And they're currently divided to be, I guess, a minute and a half every half hour. I've got it set up to just automatically do that stuff. But no, Ragnarok is coming out in March or April. There is another new map coming out, though. Astraeus is coming out on February 12th, which is a mod created map. It's going to be their first, like, official, unofficial map, like Ragnarok in the center and stuff, for ASA. And apparently it's coming to the official server network. The problem is it's going to cost $15, and it's only going to be 35% complete when it launches. And so I'm a little concerned about a map that's only 35% complete coming to the official server network at a $15 price tag. That honestly kind of upsets me. I don't think it's ever going to be free. And so I like the idea that they have the premium mod system now, and that people who make maps like that are getting a way to monetize that. Because, I mean, it's thousands of hours of effort, but it puts a really huge strain on the community, especially the official network community, because you're going to have this map with all these resources and stuff and all these resource gathering locations. And you're going to have people who won't want to buy that map before it's done, you know? But I do agree with you. I do like the way they used to do the modded maps, where, every year you would get a new official, like, storyline map, and then you'd get a new official, unofficial map that was made by a modder, and Wildcard would, bear the brunt of that, or bear the burden of that, buying the map from people. And, I thought that was really cool. I also think it's cool. Hey, what's up, Cyber? How are you today? Been really good. There's also a really cool thing that they do. They have a cluster, apparently, that's just mod maps. So they have, like, Oceania or Atlantis. Yeah, it's the Atlantis map. That's what it's called. But they've got a couple of mod maps, and they've made an official cluster with some of these mod maps. And so you have to buy all the mod maps to really make use of the cluster. But it's a great way to promote those modders that have made those maps specifically because they're really high quality maps and do that. So I would love to see Astraeus go to that cluster, right? I just don't want Astraeus coming to the official cluster in such a bad state. We are just grinding away over here. Did a bunch of trait farming earlier today. Uh, got a mineral bearing 3 and a mineral bearing 2 for Ankies, as well as a mutable melee 3 for Dodex, which is pretty cool. And other than that, I didn't do squat the last 2 days on this game. Barely even logged in. I didn't log in yesterday. I tried and the game was down, so I was like, okay, I'm done. I just watched TV all day yesterday. It was great. Really great. Definitely needed a break. I'm back at it again today and I'm feeling good. Gonna farm my life away. These garbage ass 2.5 times rates. Not the weekend. My life sucks. Tomorrow we get the good rates back though. I stream every day. Usually for between 6 and 8 hours. At about the same time. I fixed my schedule finally, so I've gone back to an earlier time. So I'll usually be starting my streams at about 1 o'clock Pacific, and then streaming for 6 to 8 hours, depending on how the day goes and just kind of what we're doing, what we have available to do, and stuff like that. But yeah, I try and get on every single day, and I don't miss very many days. My goal, like my New Year's resolution this year, is to stream 340 out of the 365 days. So I've only really left myself open to not stream 2 days a month. But I've been streaming for right at 6 months now, I think. What time is it for you at the moment? I feel kind of dumb for not ever trying to remember time zones. So I play Central Time. So it's 6:45 for me right now. But I usually base things off of Pacific time when I'm talking to people. I should probably start basing it off of Eastern because it's closer. So it's 7:45 Eastern and 4:45. But I live in the Central time zone. So I'll be trying to start about 3 o'clock my time every day, which is about 1 o'clock Pacific and about 4 o'clock Eastern. And then I'll be trying to go for, just 6 to 8 hours from there, ending at the latest at about 11 o'clock midnight so that I can get to bed at a reasonable time. Not bad. Usually the time I get off work so I could join often. Oh, nice. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I mean, we're just over here doing solo small tribes. It's not exactly super interesting all the time because I'm a garbage can at PvP. So I spend most of my time flying around gathering resources and, building and stuff like that. I don't really, especially because I'm on a server that doesn't have transfers available right now. I haven't really been raiding or anything. I've got some decent stegos with a 6,500 base HP. So when transfers open and I get a base that's not going to get meshed, uh, then we'll probably start trying to go around and maybe scout some servers and do some raids. But right now things are pretty boring over here, I guess. I don't know. I enjoy it. Personally, I like farming and stuff more in this game than anything else. I mostly like to play PvP because I like the risk involved, where, somebody could just come and kill me at any time. Entertains me. Up, up. Oh. Although the server I'm on right now is actually pretty chill, so there isn't even really a lot of risk involved with being out here, which is fine. I like being able to get built up some. I like that I have, all my tech structures and all that stuff all set. Usually my downfall since I'm a little too generous at times, but I always give stuff away. It's in my nature, but it's definitely not a good investment. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Whenever I do trade on this game, I always feel like I haven't given people enough. I also just kind of have a standing offer with everybody in the chat where I don't really want to make a tribe or, feel an obligation to play with people. But if you wanted to play on the small tribe servers and you didn't feel like just starting from scratch, I always tell everybody in the chat that you are welcome to come and borrow my base and my dinos to gather you up some resources and stuff and get some structures built and then go plunk you down a base somewhere. But it might help you get a start going. And one of these days, somebody's going to inside me and destroy all my shit, and I'm going to be pretty upset about it. But I refuse not to be nice. Just because somebody might be a buttface. Won't do it. I don't play as much as I'm not too keen on buying the game a second time. Yeah. To play small tribes, there's just one small problem. I played on the Microsoft version. I don't know when they'll add official servers to it. Oh, can you still not play crossplay from the Microsoft version. Because I know they disabled that way back during um, when the island was out, because they were trying to prevent cheating and stuff. But yeah, I didn't realize that was still a thing. Thought for sure by now they would have figured it out and fixed it. That's crazy. That's freaking awful for you. Yeah, of course. Of course. You get back. Yeah, my mute's wrong. I don't think 26k is going to be enough stone, though. Definitely going to have to get some more. Oh, sure, let's break these obsidians. They'll give me at least some stone. Actually, they might not give me very good stone. Stupid roly-poly. Just finished cooking up dinner. Be back once I'm done eating in like 15 minutes. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Enjoy your dinner. So much stone to gather. Honestly, a little ridiculous how many resources you can go through in this game. Like, I'm only one person. Only one person. Need to fix my refrigerator again tomorrow. It's being stupid. Making way more noise than is entirely necessary. It's generally pissing me off. There's no way I can actually attack that rock. Don't know what I was thinking. I was gonna bust down that whole shelf right there. All them resources. One of these tiny rocks is worth like 200 or 300 stone, right? That whole shelf would be like 10k all by itself. Let me ride you. Let me out. You have no right to keep me in. Didn't drink a couple med brews here. So something interesting happened. I don't know precisely what I'm supposed to do or if I'm supposed to be a part of some union or something. But some people who have come into my live streams have mentioned potentially trying to seek some voice acting work. And so I went to the voice acting Reddit, joined up there, just to see, what people are talking about, what aspiring and active voice actors are talking about and stuff like that. And sometimes requests for actors get posted on there. So I thought that maybe I would rock an audition and see about maybe getting a gig doing some voice acting. So that may be something that I discuss with you all. Because they posted the request at such a public forum, I don't know if they would get upset if I talk specifically about their project or the characters that they're auditioning for. I don't imagine that they would, because it's not like you post that stuff to Reddit and it's a big secret or something. Um, so we might talk specifically about the characters that I would like to audition for. And I might try out some voices with y'all. And see what we think. I'll have to do a little bit of recording of myself first and just see what I can come up with and what it sounds like not in my head. I also don't have like a great sound booth or anything. Um, so I imagine that I'll have to do some more work on my audio, and I'll have to do a little testing with stuff that requires me speaking a little more loudly. Because right now I speak pretty softly into my microphone, and I've just got the gain and stuff turned up, and I've got, some different stuff like that going on so that I can sort of just whisper into my mic. So I don't like bother my roommates and stuff like that. But I don't know what kind of reverb and stuff I might get from the walls of my bedroom because I don't have any sort of like acoustic stuff on my walls or anything like that. So I don't know how professional these folks are looking for or what the deal is. But just for shits and grins, it might be fun just to throw an audition out there and see what happens. Maybe I'll get a critique back. Maybe I'll get some information back. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get a job. That'd be dope. La. All right. I think that's just about a full load there, which should be another 25-ish K stone. Now let's go ahead and hit these nodes too. Right here. And the stone nodes are actually worth a ridiculous amount, or the metal nodes are actually worth a ridiculous amount of stone. That was only worth 460. Maybe they're not worth quite as much as I thought. In ASE, the non-stone nodes, the like rare resource nodes, were always worth a ridiculous amount of stone on the Dodie. Need some water. Right. And then we teleport back over here. And put our resources away. Deposit. Please deposit. Thank you. Now let's go see. Okay, there we go. Goodness gracious. That is much more difficult than it needs to be. Should have just teleported up here. Make some more of that. Nice. Solid 5k CP. Get another 2 or 3 here. Probably closer to just 2, 2.5, but fine. Get all this metal. We're going to be able to make plenty of metal structures. We'll have plenty of CP and stuff for that. We need to get some more obsidian. Or some more hard poly. I have 1,000. Let's look at how much more we can make here. Oh, we can get a whole another 1,000. How much hard or how much obsidian do I still have left? Okay, that's nice. That's honestly quite a few turrets. So that's cool. And that's really what we're going to be looking at here, is we're going to be looking at making lots of turrets. That's where the concern is right now. We're going to need a lot more electronics. 270 electronics per heavy turret, which is considerable, so we're going to have to go do some work with the Doty on that. Then we need some more flint. And we're actually going to do the flint with the Anki. Let's make a flint run here. Pretty sure I should have a couple of levels. Yeah. The melee of that Anki is quite a bit worse than my last one. Because my last one was imprinted, but I got it killed last night. So, whoops. Where'd my Anki go? Did I drop it? Did drop it. Trying to get this one killed too. But yeah, I got my Anki killed last night. I didn't realize what its health was at. And it got murked. That's okay. Just raise up another one. We've got some mineral bearings for the Anki. Just stop. Whatever you're doing, don't do it anymore. Oh. Hand me off a cliff. Oh, yep, and then you did that. Hate this Anki so much. Alright. So, what we're looking here for is how much time does it take for us to gain flint by whacking rocks versus how much time it takes to gain stone and then convert it into flint. Now, if I had like a couple of grinders, I think it would absolutely be faster to just go ahead and grind the flint and gather stone, but I only have one grinder. I suppose I could put a couple of grinders over where I've got my steam forges. It could actually end up being the better option. Drop, four grinders over there. I could gather up the resources for them real quick. And then just grind flint. Because I'm getting maybe 100 flint per swing here. And that's, I get 300 stone per swing. So I get 150 flint per swing with the Dode. And I'm only getting 100 with the Anki. And you do have to take that extra step of converting it. But I honestly think it's actually economical to just convert the stone. Which is sort of ridiculous. And not really what I wanted to do. We're here. So we might stop doing this. Go take a look at what it would take to make some grinders. I think the big deal is going to be crystal, but I can get crystal pretty easy. Yeah, this is definitely not. Okay. I can get crystal pretty easy with the Dodie. Sorry, the Dodie does everything but obsidian and metal better than the Anki on this map. It's more crystal. It's more electronics. Gets more everything. Actually, this is the wrong one. I want to go to the upper. I might actually. Let's go back. Let's go over here. Let's see what it takes to make a grinder. And how many grinders I might be able to make. The answer is probably 0. Yes, because I need crystal. Ooh, and oil. Well, let's go ahead and get back on our Dodic. Or get back on our Argean Dodic. Let's go get... We need a bunch of electronics anyway. So let's get some crystal. While we get some electronics and stuff, we're just going to keep everything we get from the lampposts with the Dode. we pretty much need all of it, except maybe the scrap metal. We might go ahead and just throw out the scrap metal. Doesn't do us a ton of good. Especially because of the Steam Forge, scrap metal has lost quite a bit of its value. Because the Steam Forge only needs 1.5 raw metal to make an ingot instead of 2. And so just the value there doesn't compute anymore. The math don't math no more. But let's go ahead and whack some light posts here. Get to auto farm a couple before we get stuck jumping off the doty. This isn't going to take long. We get a pretty ridiculous amount of crystal from each of these. Oh, right, I forgot. It is just 2.5x rates. I normally do this on 4.5x rates because that's the weekend rates on small tribe. Need to remember that. That starts again tomorrow. And we get increased taming rates, increased XP, and increased gather rates. We do not, however, get increased breeding timers or maturation rates. So there won't be any point in... Whoops. There won't be any point in trying to breed over the weekend. So we're definitely not going to do that since there's so much other stuff, right? I can do the taming and that stuff over the weekend. Just me running around gathering resources. I'm a pretty boring person. Especially since we're on a transfer locked server right now. Really just all about trying to get built up at this point. So we're just grinding away. We do probably need to spend some more time on the weekends or on the weekdays going around the sanctuary. I want to see how the graphics are there. Also the snowy zone. But yeah, we can fly around the sanctuary a little. I'll show you where my old base was at. So they actually changed the sanctuary quite a bit. The structures are much more interesting. They're a lot more textured. They have a lot more, grooves and bumps and stuff like that. They look really, really good, but also the overgrown, like, vines and tree trunks and stuff are much more interesting now than they were. I'm actually going to find a spot to drop off my dode here so it doesn't run out my stamina. And I'll just come pick it up on the way out. But yeah, you can see already that things just look much, much more interesting. Especially this tallest building here is a lot more interesting than it used to be. And we'll go up there. I want to show you. I had a base up here pretty early on in the wipe. But one of the bigger tribes started building kind of near my base. And so I had to move before they ended up building into my structures and hitting their structure limit or not being able to build because they got too close to me, because they would have just wiped my base out. But yeah, everything is much, much more interesting inside of the sanctuary. But we do have to be a little bit careful as we fly around here because there are lots of structures on top of a lot of these buildings. Because this is a pretty non-confrontational server, there have been a lot of buildings being constructed. This is what I was talking about. This NWG tribe started building up like this tower of um, cloning chambers, and my base is way up here, all the way at the top of this building. They just kept getting like closer and closer and closer. They've actually shrunk the tower. Yeah, it used to be taller. It used to be like 5 tall. I don't know why it's smaller now. That's interesting. I haven't actually seen them on in a while. I wonder if this is even still powered. Yeah, it looks like it is. Wonder what made them make it smaller. But anyway. Um, the sky barrier is still right next to the top of this structure. Like if you fly just a little bit over the top, you hit sky barrier. The green obelisk is still there. Yeah. It's just way down there. We'll fly over there in just a sec. But this is where I was based at before. If you fly up inside of here, there's this pretty sweet little base spot right here. And I managed to fit an indie forge in here. And so I was just building up, 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 up. And this is kind of where I had my starter base at. But it served me pretty good. And you can see really far in Survival Ascended if you put your view distance on Epic. From way up here, you can actually see... let's see if I can find one. Usually you can see like the smoke trails and the purple. Well, maybe this is just a little too high. Oh, nope, there you can see. Nope, never mind. Yeah, but from a pretty good distance, you can see the smoke trails and the central spire of the element veins. Yeah, the obelisk is super small compared to the sanctuary now. The area around the green obelisk really hasn't changed at all, though. It's pretty much identical to the way it was. Which is interesting considering how much they've changed so many other things. To have that one aspect still be basically the same. It's really weird. Yeah, but just everybody's got cloning chambers over here. This is hilarious. Everybody be making all sorts of stuff. Because they all have their main bases down in rat holes like me. So in order to get bigger structures like the cloning chambers and stuff, they had to come out here and start building stuff all over the place. But yeah, Green Ob, the whole area still looks basically the same. You know, you've got your little river down here, or you've got your little lake down here near Green Ob. You've got your river that runs up the side here. You got all that. So, especially the ground floor of the sanctuary is pretty much all the same. You still clone other people's dinos in ASA? You know, I don't know. I didn't even know that was a thing in ASE. You saw someone's dino out somewhere, you could place a cloning chamber under it and clone the dino and make it yours. Oh, that's cool. I was not aware of that. Hmm. That's honestly kind of hilarious. We do have to be a little bit careful flying through the sanctuary. Um, there are some turrets and stuff in here. Don't know exactly where they all are either, because I haven't been in the sanctuary in a while. Don't really come in here much. Not 100% sure. We're not gonna get murked right now. Easily though, the coolest thing I think about the game now, or at least this server, this map, is that all of these pipes have base locations in them. So I actually live inside one of these pipes that's draining water, but it's out over by the desert biome. But let's go see. I don't see any turrets up on this one, I don't think. Um, I think we're at least good to land on top of it. But let's toggle the photo mode here. No, the snow place hasn't changed a ton. We'll go take a look at it here in just a second. I just want to show you inside this pipe. If I can figure out where the hell I am. Here we go. So this is where I live, is inside of one of these. And they all have, these are crouches. Every single one of them has this crouch here. And then you go inside, and for the most part, you can't build on the inside of this. Like, you can't put foundations and stuff, but you can snap um, cliff plats to the back of it. So you put a couple of cliff plats down, and you can kind of take up the whole inside of this. And the one that I'm in is really, really good. It's really, really strong. Some of these are kind of crappy, but really, really cool base locations. And there's a bunch of them. I mean, every one of these water pipes is a base. Could be a base. Yeah, it's good. The only real problem with it is you can't put beds in there. None of them have working bed locations. So it's kind of a huge pain in the butt to get in and out of there. And if you die, you have to like spawn somewhere else and then fly back. So it's fairly inconvenient, but I have pushed off a couple of attacks and had quite a bit of fun. Yeah, you can teleport into it. I've got a couple of teleporters. But if you don't have the Ingrams, then you're kind of SOL. And I didn't have the Ingrams early on because I had to make a new character because my original character that had all the island bosses done got deleted when the server he was living on got deleted. So I had to start all over again with Extinction. But yeah, most of the lower tier of the sanctuary pretty much looks the same. You'll remember most of the area. You've got your little gated coliseum thing over there, right? This is the little pool. Um, you've got your river with all your beaver dams. You've got your big gash over here that sinks down. All that stuff is still here. But the biggest change is over here to Alpha Pillar. So you used to have those huge platforms that jutted out. And they were like all jutting out in the same direction and shit. But now you've got a whole bunch of little platforms up there. And it's actually broken into like, does the sunken forest look any better? I feel like it'd have more green. Oh yeah, actually the sunken forest does look better. And think I think it's changed layout a little bit. I don't think it's exactly the way it used to be. I never spent very much time in the sunken forest, and I haven't spent very much time in the sunken forest this time either, because the sunken forest to me was always like this really dangerous place. Um, because you couldn't see very well in there, right? There's just tons of trees and shit. And so it seemed like it was just really hard to not die in the sunken forest. But yeah, this alpha pillar here, I think is probably one of the coolest changes they've made. It looks so good. It's got so much cooler stuff going on over here. No, they pretty much look the same. Yeah, they definitely look the same. Although the King Titan does roam around every day at the same time. The King Titan actually comes out into the wastelands and walks around, and you can kill him to get loot and stuff, which is kind of cool. For the most part, they look the same now. Slightly updated textures, I think, but and then the snow biome pretty much looks the same too. Uh, there's no more waterfall base location in the snow biome like there used to be, but the layout is pretty much the same. There are some like destroyed buildings and stuff in here that make things a little bit different looking, but well, and I guess actually there used to be another big cliff in here that doesn't exist anymore. So I guess honestly things might actually be pretty different in the snow biome. I haven't spent very much time on Extinction in a really long time. I started playing right around when Extinction came out on ASE, and so I spent a lot of time playing here when I was really bad at the game. And so Extinction felt like a much more dangerous and difficult map to me than it probably really was, because this is where I struggled the most learning the game. But yeah, you've got some cool little structures and stuff here in the snow biome now. It didn't used to be here. They're pretty nifty. No, you can still totally spawn him in. Yeah. Yeah, no, the King Titan is still the boss at the end of the map, but he also um, spawns in every day at the same time and wanders around. They're just trying to create reasons for people to be out in the world fighting each other. Ragnarok, Genesis 1 and 2, and Aberration are probably my favorite maps right before Extinction. So Genesis is the only set of maps that I never purchased on ASE. So I've never played any of the Genesis maps, but I really hate what the Genesis maps did to the game. And honestly, starting with Extinction, what sort of happened to the game with the extremely technologically advanced maps and creatures, and from this point on the game just starts to get really, really crazy. So I don't actually like it, but I do like most of the non-story um, maps that came out after this point. Like Valguero, I think is a phenomenal map, and um, Fjordor I thought was really cool. Mutable Stamina 3. I don't really think you need Stam on those. And the Lost, or what was it, Lost Island was really good. Genesis 2 I like much, much less. I actually don't know why I put it up there, but Genesis 1 I like. Genesis 1 was cool because of the Mega Shellon. That was it for me. Mega Shellons are dope. But I like all of the platform saddle creatures. I think platform saddles are awesome. But yeah, you've still got the little pathway that goes up back there. You've still got your beaver dams and stuff in here. You've got a little lake over there. It still pretty much looks the same. Let's go see. So something else that I haven't shown you about the dream gene tracker is you can actually track creatures. So I can make this track Managarmers, and based on your player level, it can only track creatures up to a certain level, but it'll point you in the direction of the nearest creature that you name. And it can be used for any creature, like gigas or anything. Unfortunately, on this server, if you tell it to take you to a giga, it'll take you to a corrupted giga, which kind of defeats the purpose, I think, but whatever. We'll go find us. There's that Managarmer it's telling me that there is. Close enough. There we go. It's got weight frail. It's a level 15. Not of any import, but I'm really excited for Ragnarok to come out in April. I might I might try and put a tribe together for Ragnarok and really go ham. I'm really interested to see what they're going to do. So because you have to have cryo fridges, what in the hell? So because you have to have cryo fridges in order to throw out creatures, um, that one massive cave in the wastelands near the King Titan where dozens of corrupted gigas would spawn? Does it still have that many there? I don't think it has as many, but maybe. But yeah, that massive cave is still there. Yeah, it's like the path that takes you around back behind the King Titan's lair. But underneath, yeah, it's still there. And it still has gigas and wyverns and all that stuff in there. Is this all obsidian? Holy crap, that's a lot of obsidian. Holy crap. Oh, it is. Welcome to the jungle. Bye bye. I'm kind of forgetting about maps. Fjordo was also a decent one for me. Yeah, I mean, the end game DLC maps or the end game mod maps. What was it? You had Crystal Isles, you had Valguero, you had Lost Island, you had Mordor. Were all just phenomenal maps. I mean, when you think about what they accomplished, as far as interesting creatures on those maps, like the Crystal Isles, you had the Crystal Wyverns, which I think are kind of bad for the game because they make Wyverns too easy to access. But now that we have the ability to breed regular Wyverns, I guess it's not that big of a deal. But the Tropiognathus was such a good creature. Not super high tech, not super ridiculous. Uh, and being able to have a creature that scaled off of your saddle stat instead of its own stats was a really huge equalizer for aerial combat in the game. And I thought that the Tropiognathus was a really underrated creature and extremely valuable as a solo or more casual player if you wanted to be able to dogfight in the air. To be able to help you fight against, people with really strong wyverns or, people running around in tech skiffs and whatever the crap they had going on. The Tropiognathus was a really huge equalizer, especially if you got a decent saddle for it, or, people who were still kind of in the early game. But then you had the Lost Island, and you got the Sonoma crops, which was an outstanding creature. Yeah, if for no other reason than the Sonoma crops is the dopest creature that's probably ever been put in art. Such a low tech, cool solution to being able to move around a little better as just a player. And so that's something that I guess they've actually started adding in this game is like now, we've got the Cosmos on Aberration, which is that little spider. It's basically a permanent grapple, which is super dope. So making some more use out of the shoulder pets, but that all started because of the mod map and because of the Sonoma crops. And so I just find those creatures extremely, extremely valuable. King Titan that roams, is he a alpha, beta, gamma, less health, smaller, anything different about it? I honestly have no idea. I see it from time to time, but I am by myself. There's no way I'm killing that thing. So I haven't really gone over there and messed with him. I haven't beaten any of the Titans yet. I haven't really been looking to tame creatures that are Titan capable at this point. Oh, I gotta go get my Dodic. Oh, Dodie, where are you? I go for like 5 minutes to see about the King Titan. That's kind of unique. That's pretty cool. It's really cool. That's the kind of stuff I like to see. Changes and updates like that. Okay. I need to check my creatures here. Not that Dodec. This Dodec. Don't you dare. Ooh. Thought it was about to turn off on me. Lose my mind. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Put it on the Ritz. Take all my crystal and stuff back here real quick. Pretty sure I got enough that I'll be able to make at least one, maybe two grinders. I still gotta get a bunch of oil, but at least we'll have the crystal for a couple. I'd like to get enough to make four, so I'll probably make a couple more runs here. Um, I'm gonna need the electronics and stuff anyway, so it never hurts to do that. Just because of the amounts that you can gather, I probably won't do any sort of like electronics gathering or dust gathering until the weekend, and then on the weekend I might hit that pretty hard. Which of course the weekend rates start tomorrow, but we might hit that pretty hard starting tomorrow, so we can have enough electronics, stuff like that, to make our um, our turrets because we want to get up to 100 turrets, which means if we made 100 heavy turrets, each one of them costing 270 electronics, we would need 27,000 electronics to make 100 heavies. Now, we're not going to make 100 heavies. We'll probably have like 70 heavies and like 30 uh words are hard. Like 30 techs. We get all of those made before we move back into our other base. So it's going to be quite a bit of gathering. Um, I think I have enough metal already to make all of them. I might do another big metal. It's actually kind of surprising how ultimately little. I think you need like 550 metal per turret per heavy. So it would only be 55,000 metal, which is weird when you think you need 27,000 electronics. But yeah, so we will, I think we already have that. We'll probably do one more big run of metal. Need lots of poly, right? It takes 70 poly, so you need 7,000 poly. Make 100 heavies. And then CP. We'll need some more CP. Although the CP thing is probably super easy. I think it's 150 per heavy. 15k CP is actually super easy to get. So the poly, you need another 14k CP to make poly. But I think I can pretty easily get that much cementing paste. Just requires a lot of stone and stuff. And then we need bullets. Then we need so many gosh darn bullets. I'd like 1,000 bullets per turret when we get moved, which means 100,000 ammo, which is 1,000 slots. Yeah, so almost a Deddy worth of ammo. It's kind of crazy, but we'll get there. It'll take a few days. No problem. Alright, let's go grab us some more crystal here. Tag, so it does have a lot less health and damage, but the model is the same as the Gamma. Oh, okay, cool, cool. I didn't realize that the Gamma Beta and Alpha King Titan had different models. I was unaware of this. It'd also be bigger, I don't remember. Hmm. Yeah, I don't either. It would be kind of hilarious if it was like a bigger King Titan with less health. That's actually pretty fucking funny to think about. Silly King Titan. You get away from my Dodie. Kill you. We'll squish you like a bug. Why do all of my dinosaurs want to stop and take a shit in the middle of every combat? There's stuff to kill. Stop pooping. As dinosaurs. Has the same shape, but it has like complete full body armor with no flesh showing, claws, and it looks corrupted. Looks much cooler. Oh, interesting. I love that you said aloha instead of alpha. I think that's great. It took me a while to figure out what the fuck an aloha King Titan was. And I'm going to start calling all of the alpha creatures aloha creatures. Just so you know. That's going to be a thing now. Oh, look, it's an aloha raptor. Oh, look, it's an aloha rex. And that's perfect. It's real perfect. So this was like the very first base spot that I used on this map over here in the sanctuary. You get down underneath here, and most of this is too low to actually build anything in. Just right back in this corner, there's a little bit of space. You can get a fabricator and some forges and stuff back here. This was my very, very first base spot. But I'm not the only one out here whacking lampposts. Somebody else came, whacked a bunch of lampposts too. I just got an ad right after you finished reading my comment. So I don't know what you said about it. I just get a few every 30 minutes, no biggie. Yeah, it's specifically set up to where I have the absolute minimum number of ads you can have to not have pre-roll ads. Because based on a lot of the research and what I've seen from people talking, especially for smaller channels, pre-roll ads can be really bad. Because who's going to spend, a minute and a half watching a pre-roll ad for a YouTuber or for a content creator they've never seen before? If I could eliminate pre-roll ads and everything else, then I just wouldn't have ads on my channel. Because I don't really think they have any value, like as far as monetization and stuff is concerned. They're not, I make like 23 cents a day off of ads. I don't give a shit. Um, but they have to be there in some capacity, so I'm trying to do the least invasive, best for growth possible that I can. It's all booty cheeks, though. Honestly, I hate it. Really wish it was possible just to get rid of it. Gonna be the thing. So I multi-stream, right? I'm also streaming on YouTube right now, not just Twitch. And it's probably going to be the thing that's going to annoy me most about multi-streaming is ads being different on each of the platforms. But anyway, what I was saying about your comment about Aloha is I'm going to start calling all of the alphas Alohas because I think that's hilarious. So they are no longer alpha raptors, they are now Aloha raptors. That's some funny ass shit. Honestly, now, hang on a second, I gotta talk to somebody. Oh no. Oh no. They've taken all of them. Why did they take all of my things? I hate you, whoever you are. Oh, shut up, Carno. Nobody cares about you. You're just a big old wussy. Hey! Thanks for subbing over on YouTube, too. I appreciate that. Making our way over there. Making our way downtown. Driving fast. Faces passing them homebound. I also think the Aloha thing is pretty funny because most of the YouTube shorts and stuff that have to do with ARK and people getting like jumped by raptors, you know, they always stop and then they have that voice that says hello. And, you know, aloha is hello. So they're aloha raptors. I mean, it's just so good on so many levels. I'm so happy about this. Somebody took all my lampposts. I'm just flying around like a dum-dum. Not getting anything. This is so useless. There's normally a lamppost here. The light is still here. Even though the lamppost is gone. Yo, I don't know who took all these lampposts, but I'm gonna fight them. Deathmatch time. A protective tapajara? Found some light posts. Get shitted on, nerd. Thought you were gonna take them all. I found some. What's up? I'm actually fairly annoyed that somebody built over on top of that one because there's a bunch of good tables and stuff up there. But somebody went and built their stupid cloning chamber up there. Ruined it. Big fat dickhead. That guy's a dickhead. I like this. I wonder if there's anything over here, like a good base spot. This turns into... Ooh. Surely there's an entrance to something up here. that's too bad. That's almost a base spot. I mean, you could build a little bit out in the front over here. That's still kind of meh. That's too bad. I mean, I suppose if you wanted to have kind of a fairly large opening where anybody could just walk anything in, you could build, back in this whole corner here, build up into here. Then you just have to protect the whole front of this. But there's quite a bit of interesting space. I have to go in like 20 minutes, go help my dad tint some windshields. I have no idea why he's doing it this late. Me either, in fact. That seems like a terrible idea. But because of the way this ceiling is here, this is honestly kind of a decent spot because you can just have turrets everywhere here, right? Without having to build really large towers. Of course, you could have tons of, fence posts and or fence supports and stuff like that all over the place. Oh, hang on, hang on. There might actually be a bit of a starter base location here. Can you get inside of here? Ooh, yeah, you can. Oh, you can come up through the bottom too. That's too bad. And there's actually like an invisible wall back here. You can't get very far. Still, kind of a decent starter location. Alas. What am I doing? I'm looking for light posts. I get so easily distracted. Like, look at this right here. This is one of those spots you just have to explore because it's got all this foliage in the way. But there's a couple of different bits of structure that are like trying to connect, and this foliage actually has a hitbox in ASA that it doesn't have in ASE, so you can't just walk right through it. Look like there's anything back there. There could have been a good little spot back there. Probably. But because of the um the structures in the sanctuary, are you able to crouch through that one side? Oh, you mean over here where I was just at? Yeah, let me go kill these real quick and I'll go look at that. Sorry, I get sidetracked looking at stuff and I forget to look at chat sometimes. Um, can you crouch through here is what you're asking? Yeah, you can stand up through here. It's not even a crouch. Not even a crouch. Oh, poop. Thank God it's only a level 5. But, I mean, honestly, and I guess you can actually walk back here. For some reason, my photo mode wasn't letting me back here. But you can definitely walk all the way back here. So, I mean, even though it's 2 entrances, this space is fairly large. For a just getting started base, it's a pretty good little spot. Pretty good little spot. But, this, Very hidden. I don't even know how you spotted it. I could never. I'm just used to looking for little stuff like that, I guess. I don't know. Finding base locations is kind of one of my favorite things about ARK. And, because I'm solo, when I think base location, I think rat hole. Like, really, really hard to find rat hole. Yeah. Yeah, good INI settings were super important in ASE. I guess they're pretty important in this one too, but there's something down here. So there's a lowered area right here in all of this foliage. And it's not. Oh, okay, it's not completely lowered. Okay, never mind. I thought it was closed in on all four sides and just a lowered area, but it's open on one side, so never mind. Never mind. I'm being so bad about looking for freaking lampposts right now. The great thing I think about INI settings in ASA is they're all run through console commands. And so you can just open up your console commands, and because they're all run through console commands, they can also be used on the um, the consoles because you can open up this console command window that I've got here on the consoles as well, and then you can just save them all, and then you just run through and click them whenever you want to change them. So I actually think that the INI on no, the Coliseum looks pretty much exactly the same. Unfortunately, would have been incredibly cool if they'd made it more Coliseum-y. Such an iconic little bit of the game. I know, Spider, you're so angry. I get it. You mean all over the buildings, the added windows? Yeah, the buildings just look way cooler. The foliage all over the buildings looks really cool. The pathway areas up above look way better because they have much more like trees and stuff like that. The whole thing just looks more overgrown and a little more wild, and I really like it. Ooh, 30 more minutes until my GeForce Now session ends. Ruh-roh. I am very happy with the way Extinction turned out on ASA. What I'm not happy about is how many places there are where you just blink out of existence. I've lost a couple of mana garmers and some good kits, some of my best gear, to just getting too close to the mesh right out in the open and just dying for no reason. Okay, but seriously though, can I please hit this lamppost? I'm pretty tired of that shit. I'm tired of not being able to put beds in any of my base locations. Like all of the rat holes you can't put beds in. It's kind of annoying. At least the solo sized rat holes. There are obviously some rat holes that are really huge that are great for larger tribes. But if it's solo size, then you're pretty much guaranteed not going to be able to put a bed in it, which is just dumb. Hate it. Just let me use beds. I just want to be able to spawn in my base. If you don't want me to be able to build a base there, just don't let me build a base there. It's not that hard. I know you have the ability to exclude me from being able to build in certain areas. Just do it, you know? Why you gotta be in my way? Dad's calling me. I gotta go, but if I have time, I'll stop by tomorrow. Not 100% sure if I'll be able to. I have a funeral to attend tomorrow afternoon. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. My condolences. Yeah, but just stop by anytime. It was great to talk to you. Thanks for the good questions. Thanks for hanging out. And I look forward to seeing you again. Have a good night. We are probably going to take this back. We've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. Our GeForce Now session is about to end. So we might go ahead and just get this. Um, Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. It just makes my day. Um, yeah, so we're going to take this stuff back and then maybe see about. Oh, we got to get some oil. Yeah, you too. Have a good night. And if we can get some oil, maybe my dung beetle has some oil. Then we'll make some grinders real quick and get them moved over to that other base location that's got our forges. Then once we get that moved over there, or those over there, maybe we'll get ourselves a deady storage over there for stone. And that's where we'll make all of our flint at. We'll have to get a deady storage for flint too. Yeah, I like that plan. I think that's a good plan. Probably have to move my deady storage that currently holds flint and put it on top of the raw metal and wood storage over at the other base. So I can just teleport it all back. I think that can all get done pretty simply. I don't know. We'll take a look at some things. We'll see about some stuff. Go away, you stupid bird. Hmm. Fly so slow. Fly so slow. You know what? Actually, I bet the RG. Does the RG have weight reduction on crystal? Because I could probably. Yeah, it does. What am I flying all slow for? Ain't no reason for that. Boop. Fly, 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 back to base. Fly, 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 back to base. Yeah. But honestly, I don't have any oil, so we're not even going to worry about the grinders tonight. I'll worry about that tomorrow. But yeah, good first day back. A little bit shorter stream, but I just needed to get back into it. My voice is already a little bit raw. It's weird what just 2 days will do to you. But we'll stream again tomorrow. Again, we're going to get started at that little bit earlier time. And yeah, we'll just keep going with it. Try and get ourselves built up, get some good turret cap going, uh, and try and get some bullets made and try and get moved back into that other base so that we can do some of the more fun stuff like raiding and stuff like that sooner rather than later. So thanks everybody for coming out and hanging out and saying what's up and being in the chat and all that. I really appreciate it. It really makes all of this worth doing. Be able to have some people to interact with and talk to and stuff like that. So thank you all very much. I hope everybody has a good night,